Hello everyone, welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. So, we are now in Limbs of the Minza, and I will confess, between parts, I went ahead back to Thanalan and just spent like, I don't know, an hour or so mining, just because I was on a conference call and it was something to do. But I want to begin, let's get away from that. I want to begin this part with something similar. We're going to do some crafting. So we have several options here. I want to be a smith. Where is a... I need to find a crystal. I probably could have just used the big one back here. I'm surprised how active Limbs of the Minza is compared to Ul'dah. There's just so many people around. So, there's the Blacksmith Guild. Just to the south. Da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So you want to be a blacksmith? This is the Armorer's Guild. Never mind. We'll do this also, but not right now. I want to be a blacksmith. Am I in the wrong spot? It says Blacksmith Guild and Armorer's Guild. I'm probably just talking to the wrong person. Oh, they're right next to him. There we go. Join the Blacksmith Guild. Oh my god, just let me join the guild. I'm having trouble with the dialect in them, so the Minza, I have to admit. Who's my... Alright, there's the Guildmaster. About time Randolph sent me a new recruit. It's been too long. I'm Brithale, Forge Master of the Blacksmith Guild. If you're aiming to become a smithy worth the name, it would be my great pleasure to educate you on the finer points of the craft. The rest of the sour-faced bastards tell you it's hard, grueling work, fit only for the best and brightest. Put a hammer in the hands of the willing and see what happens. What do you say then, lass? Will you swing a hammer? Sure. I knew I liked you the moment I set your eyes on you. What did you say your name was? Yay. Ah. A name fit for a hero if I ever heard one. I reckon I did hear it in a bard's song once. Or was it that poor sod cursing in his cups at the wench? Don't matter if he was saving the world or cuckolding your husband. 'Tis time to forge yourself a new reputation. Pound out a new legend. You can trust old Brithale to help you do it. But there we go, putting the cart before the chippewa. Here, lass, take this crosspine hammer. A smithy without a hammer is like me without a drink. Let me use this. Don't just stand there gawping at her. Take her in your hands, have a few practice swings, whatever you fancy. She's all yours now. And what I wouldn't give to you to be you right now. A smithy never forgets his first hammer. Now that there is a beautiful sight. Never forget, a smithy's hammer is her one true love. Friends will betray you, lovers will leave you, but your hammer will never do you no wrong. God, seeing you standing there reminds me of a less ale-sodden, more lady-shaped version of my younger self. But on your task. We're not a congregation of soft-handed scholarlies here. Smithies learn by doing. Try your hand at making a bronze ingot. Okay, first we gotta fix our bars. So this goes away. Okay. And I don't have the copper ore. Usually there's a dude right here that sells you stuff. Is there not one here? Ah, here he is. They are. Here, just grab a whole bunch. And just go ahead and make a bunch so that we can just get to the next quest as soon as we can. I don't know, I'm a little skeptical of the idea that we turn 2 ores into an ingot by putting them on an anvil and smashing them with a hammer a few times. Some of the crafting animations I can get behind. This one is a little sketchy. You think you need some fire to make this happen. There we go. Here you go, man. Or woman. Guildmaster. This ain't what you expect from a venturer fresh off the street. Or I guess he is a man. You just have a strange name. I think you might be a bleeding natural, lass. It takes just the right balance of metals to produce bronze suitable for weapons and tools. With this ingot you've made me, lass, it's on par with them as our veterans produce. You can take this down to Hawker's Alley and find a buyer in no time. Don't let it go to your head. Praise the builder. I was afraid you might have joined up with another crew. The thought of it pained me so I was down with the wench till morning bells, I was. But here you are, still brimming with potential, and with some extra meat on your smithing arm. Something new, something new. How could I forget? Craft 3 bronze crossplane hammers. Hammers just like the ones all our apprentice smiths use. For this you need bronze, maple lumber, and cloth. Probably don't have the maple lumber. How many do I need? I need 1 each, so 3 total. Oh wait, before we do that, let's see if we can upgrade any of our gear. And we can upgrade all of our gear to make this even easier. So it's increasing it by 11, so exactly 3. Excellent. This will be an easy one. Yeah, right to 100. Let's get that up to 100, just to be safe. There we go. Seems last time wasn't a fluke. This is some impressive work. A layman might look at this and think you just stuck a piece of bronze on a maple stick, but you've done a damn sight more than that, whether you know it or not. A hammer is a tool, after all, and the head's got to grip the shaft for tens of thousands of strikes. Alright. We need to pick something. I already have all those things. Pick money. You know, in hindsight, that hammer was better than my hammer. Maybe I should just make a 4th one. Oh, it's different animation now. Now we're using our file. There we go. Let me just make sure that it thinks that's better. Yes. Alright, now we just need to craft some random stuff. Maybe some stuff my other characters can use? Like a mortar? So we need some maple lumber for that. This would be a gladiator sword, but it's probably lower than what I already have. I could grab one of these. So, more maple lumber and some rivets. I think I already have one of these, but I can get better. More maple lumber. Let's just buy a bunch of maple lumber and we'll start making some stuff. There's a repeating theme. Alright, and we need to make some rivets. All right. I'm just looking to see what's here. Nothing at level 6 I need. We're gonna make one of these. Temper achievement. Excellent. There we go. 100%. Nice and simple. Amateur cross-pinging hammer. That's the next one up, which we'll have right after we make this. So that's perfect. We need an ash lumber for that one then. And here's the secondary tool at also 11. So that needs a hard leather. Hard leather and ash lumber. And a file. Probably didn't need to mend that one. Alright. Let's put all those in my inventory, or my armory chest. Next quest. You know what, lass? It might not be my place to say it, me being your guildmaster and all, but I like you. I really like you. Together there's not we can't... What? Why are you making that face at me? Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. You're the most promising pupil I've had in gods know how long is all. I was just waxing sentimental for a moment. You can't honestly tell me you don't get a bit emotional when you've been out the night before and... Forget it. Been working hard, have you? I can tell. But this is just the beginning. You see, the art of blacksmithing is deeper than the deepest ocean. And if you plan on getting to the bottom of it, you'll need to sink? No, that's no good. Alright, how about this? If you mean to set sail for the faraway land of smithing mastery, you mustn't try to make the journey in a dinghy. Now the hell's with it. Just make a dozen bronze rivets, lass. New achievement. We have to lower the quality of those or we won't accept them. Praise the builder, you've done it again. These rivets are perfect. Don't take that to mean they're special, because they ain't. You see, rivets have got to be perfect. And I'll tell you for why. If you're pounding something and your hammer breaks, you can just grab a new one. But it's a whole other story when your rivets fail. Ever seen an airship, lass? Marvelous things they are, but complicated. Now imagine you're a dozen miles above Limsa, and your fancy flying boats start springing rivets. Might be as it's from the engine, might be from the hull, don't make no difference. Whatever it is, you're royally buggered. If I was on that airship, taking in the gorgeous view as the confounded contraption tumbled to the earth below, I'd be cursing them rivets with all my heart. And you wouldn't want that on your conscience, would you? Which is why you must always make quality products which stand the test of time. To help you learn the importance of quality, try smithing for paying customers. Go and do some leaves. Do I need any of these? I do not. Money! They all give you the same kind of gear, all the different crafting quests, it seems. So, once you've done the first few, you can just take money. Oh, we're not in a high enough level for the next one. We'll have to craft some random stuff. Let's see what we can do. I should start at the beginning and just start working my way through, crafting a little bit of everything. We're almost out of bronze, though. We're going to need to go and craft some more. Yeah, we're out. Bronze ingots. So we have plenty of... Actually, we could just make a whole bunch more of this. Alright, that needs a leather. That needs a fish oil. So leather, fish oil. Oops. Oh well. Maple and fish oil. Maple. 3 maple, 2 fish oil. And a leather. Bum, bum, ba-dum. We sure do go through metal quick. We're almost out of bronze again. One more fish oil. We can make this. Oh, we already made that. So we just need some fish oil and another maple here. And then we'll have done all the level 1 to 5 stuff. Good deal. And we have unlocked the ability to make iron. Which I farmed a ton of iron ore, so. Might not be able to make high quality iron. Though we'll have a good try. Alright, but just go ahead and do some quick synthesis of it. Say 30. I just don't want to sit around for too much. Oh, our gear is wearing out. We're getting really lucky on our high quality, even now. We're even ahead on high quality than compared to regular. 50-50, that's unusual. Now it's getting back towards normal. Because our gear all died. There we go. Let's go get the next quest. Not now, lass. Can't you see I'm struggling with a matter of great import? Being a forge master ain't all drink and debauchery, especially when Hananza is breathing down my neck. We're a business, she says, and it's our job to ensure Nidic and Vermelius stays profitable, or some such bollocks. To which I say, now look here, you greedy shrew. We're making a mint off our commission from the Maelstrom, aren't we? Well, I mayn't have said shrew. Any road, the greedy shrew then starts yattering on about expanding into new bleeding markets. Says we should be selling more to the tree folk in Gridania. Says I should be one to develop a plan of action. 7 hells, lass, I'm a smithy, not a merchant. I've never even been to bleeding Gridania. And it gets worse. See, a man with connections. We need a man with connections, don't we? Someone that can make arrangements with the tree folk. So Hananza goes off and finds one. A right clever bastard by the sound of it, and orders me to go and meet him. So I goes and meets him, only to find it's none other than bleeding Phasar. And I'd sooner bash my own teeth in than talk to that piece of. Wait a minute. I know how to deal with this. You can talk to him. You'll help Berthale handle this Gridanian nonsense, won't you? Of course you will. Go on then, chop chop. Looks like he's right over here. Here on Berthale's behalf, you say? I might have guessed. That Horson didn't realize what trouble he's in. It's his neck. I'll work with you, Smith. I'll even keep my diction simple. Taking instruction from that drunkard will have dulled your wits. Now listen. Dealing with Gridanians is no different from dealing with anyone else. Everyone has needs. It's just a matter of identifying and fulfilling them. She looked great. I should get an outfit like that. Anyone with half a brain, which discounts your mentor, knows the Forestborn do not want for wood or leather goods. You'd have more luck selling brine to a fishback. What they do lack is steel. Theirs is an insular, isolated nation that has long sought to survive without relying overmuch on foreign trade. The calamity changed that. Half a decade on, and no end to the rebuilding in sight, they have been forced to open their gates to adventurers, and where there are adventurers, there's demand for weapons and armor. Quality weapons and armor, mind you. I need some samples. Bring me a bronze spada and a spiked bronze labris for this purpose. Okay. So a bronze spada and a spiked bronze. Labris. This would be an upgraded tool for us. We should make this first. Yeah, let's make this first. So this needs an ash and a jellyfish. And I can see this here. So that needs an ash. And that needs a hard leather. So ash, hard leather. I need more copper ore. What was it? Was it hard leather? We'll need some hard leather eventually, I'm sure. Okay, so we have some new abilities now. I guess we want to do this first. What is, I don't know what veneration is. I need to look at that. Okay, just a moment. Well, we can craft this up, but I need to look at my abilities. What is that ability, or the action? Veneration. Increases the efficiency of synthesis for 4 steps. I see. Of synthesis. That's the... Okay. So that's the ones that give you progress, not the touch actions that increase quality. That's not a help. We're never having trouble with that one. Here, throw all these things into our armory chest. We'll use them eventually, I'm sure. Maybe. Alright, now we needed a spiked labris. and a spada. I need more bronze ingots. At least one more. Just make a few more. Alright. Here you go, man. This will require closer inspection. You made these weapons? I must confess, the quality is good. I thought you no more than Berthel's errand girl, but I was wrong. Only a true smith could have made these pieces. As I suspect you are aware, a poorly wrought weapon can cost a man his life. Be it brittle, prone to blunting, or unevenly weighted, every flaw will serve to hinder its owner on the battlefield. Not so this spada. Well-tempered and perfectly balanced, it's a weapon fit for a warrior. With a blade like this, even I could probably best a beast or two. This labrys is a work of art. So a labrys is an axe, I guess. Leave the rest to me, Smith. There's nothing easier than selling an excellent product. Okay, well, we didn't have to check back in with the dude, and we're still not high enough level for the next quest. Let's just craft some random stuff, I suppose. I imagine we're gonna need a bunch of nails. Why don't we just make a bunch of them? She looks like me. Oh well. Oh, so these all use lower products, and they add brass to them. Well, I can't even make brass. I should go back down to lower tier stuff. There's lots of stuff I haven't made yet. That need bronze that we don't have. Iron, that needs cotton, which we never bothered making. I can't make brass, can I? I don't have anything. No. Alright, we can just make some random stuff. So, ash lumber, whetstone, ash lumber, jellyfish, ash lumber. These are expensive. Yeah, we need to rearrange this bar to make it easier to use. Okay, let's rearrange the bar because I'm not doing this right. I'm getting confused. So, I think I definitely want this to be next to that, and I think I want waste not there, and the repair here. What do I have over there? Heavy touch, hasty touch. Let's move that here. And then I'll put that one down there. We might mess with it again. We'll have to change all our other crafting classes to look like this too. But that might make it easier for me not to keep on hitting the wrong things. Alright, what else can we craft? Let's just make some more iron ore. We're gonna need a ton of it, I'm sure. I'll stop at 20. We'll do the level 20 quest and then we'll go do something else. I don't want to torture people too much. But I enjoy this sort of thing. It's like spreadsheeting. That is going to affect things. I do need to go and repair that. Unless there's someone around here that can repair. There is. Just right over here. Also repair everything that is in my chest. So just an ash... I probably can't even buy ash lumber, can I? I don't think so. No, I can for 68. Okay. So an ash lumber, an elm lumber, I might be able to buy that, and a hard leather. I can't buy the elm. I can buy just brass ingots if I need to. Feels like a waste. Feels like I should just go and craft a bunch of them. There we go. Temper, temper, too. Just the lass I was hoping to see. You're a bleeding godsend, you know? You'll be happy to hear the true folk were mighty impressed with the samples you made. Even the shrew I'd admit I'd done a good job. But who gives a damn about business? You're here to smith, am I right? So be a good lass and whip us up an iron cross-pine hammer. Before you run off, I should probably mention that Smidheimer ain't selling iron at present. Grand company contracts take priority, and the shipwrights need all the stock we can lay our hands on. So you'll have to get the iron on your own, be it by mining or buying. I don't want just any iron cross-pine hammer. I want one melded with materia. You know what materia is, don't you? It's like, say I'd got an apron I've been using for years and years, and it got all soaked through with sweat, but instead of just sweat, it'd taken up a bit of me. Or spiritual, a bit of me, spiritual essence or something. That essence can be pulled out and turned into stuff called materia, which is like a sort of crystal that you can attach to gear to make it stronger and so on. Needless to say, I don't know how materia works, but there's a Gabi who does, named Mutamix if memory serves. He's got a camp out in Thanalan. Track him down. I mean, I think we should just go and do that, first of all, before we do anything else. Let's, it's gonna be expensive to warp all the way over there, but that's okay. Let me switch to one of my combat classes. Oh, that's delivering it to him. Build your knowledge of materia in Central Thanalan. Mutamix in Central Thanalan. Is this it? Yeah, Materia Master. There you go. Hello? What would you say if I told you inanimate objects can possess a soul? They can, believe it or not, although the soul in question is not their own, but that of the owner. Through faithful service, the arms and armor that we use come to hold our spiritual energy, and thus do we form a spirit bond with them. This spiritual energy can be drawn out and converted into materia, a special kind of crystal that can be attached to gear to enhance properties. I am well versed in the way of extraction. If you wish to learn more, it will be my pleasure to teach you. Please. Oh, I need to... okay. Switch back. As this energy is derived from an individual's psyche, a volatile beast at the best of times, a degree of variance is to be expected in its production. In practice, you won't know the exact properties of a stone until you cradle it in your hand. Materia won't grant you much of anything on its own. Its power must be tapped, and this is achieved by melding it to gear. It takes the deft hands of a craftsman to meld materia. You can always seek others to attach materia on your behalf, but if you would do it yourself, speak with Fabas. Melding is her field of specialty. Extracting materia. Materia extracted from one piece of gear can be fixed to another. You must first have created a spirit bomb with it by using the piece repeatedly in battle, crafting, or gathering. Once a spirit bomb reaches 100%, you'll be able to extract materia. Once materia is extracted, its spirit bomb will be reduced to 1%. Affixing materia to an item can be done by a disciple of the hand with training. Oh, you can also just retrieve it. Nifty. So you're basically just building up a set rather than consuming it repeatedly. My gear. Wait a minute. So what do I have spirit bomb? Where do I see that? I can see it on my little small inventory. There it is. Okay, it's the icon down on the bottom right. Not an icon, it's a number. 64% on this one, 100% on this one. So for this one, we can extract materia. Meld requests. The level of an item plays a role in who can or cannot enhance it. If you lack the ability to meld your materia, you may enlist the aid of another player, or the market, or find a PC to meld the materia for you by asking someone to requesting a meld from someone else. Is that it? I think so. What'd I get? I wasn't even watching. Sort. Alright, so we got critical hit +1 materia, determination +1, skill speed, craftsman +3, and that's it. Alright, tell me how to meld. I see you're a disciple of the hands, like me. Maybe you're interested in learning how to meld materia? There's one thing to keep in mind when melding: materia slots. Arms and armor each have a certain number of these slots, and this determines how many pieces of materia they can host. An item cannot host more pieces of materia than it has slots. As with most other things, there are exceptions. This sort of knowledge is further down the road, after you become more experienced. You can now meld materia to items. The number of slots can be confirmed by viewing its help text. Highlight a piece of gear and select Meld. Okay. And I don't have access to you yet. Needs level 25. Too bad. So, let's go home. How long has that been there? Probably the entire episode. Never mind, ignore that. No, I don't want to learn anything more. I'm sorry. I have to actually look at the recipe. What are we trying to make? An iron crosspine hammer. This thing. Which I could probably use myself, so I should probably make 2 of them. Needs 2 elm lumbers and undyed cotton cloth. Don't suppose... You got the cloth, but not elm lumber. Okay. I guess that tells you, like, level 20 is about the limit where you can't do things by yourself anymore. Or you can't do things by one class anymore. At this point, you have to start branching. So we want to go to Hawker's Alley. And I need elm lumber. I don't want to buy a set 99 of them. Let's see if that's what we needed. We just find a spot. But or not. Yeah, okay. Now I want to make 2 of them. Well, I bought 2. Dun, dun, dun. Da, 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 dun, da, da. I do like the idea of the condition good versus condition excellent and all that. It keeps you from doing just the same thing every time. You have to think about how you're going to adapt your normal process to the condition changes. Probably doesn't matter once you get high enough. When you're crafting like low-level stuff, you can just max it out no matter what you do. Alright. Here, put these in the armory chest for now. Let's meld these, both of them. So this one, I'll give Craftsman Competence. This one, which I don't really need, I'll give Skill Speed. Sure. And let's be sure not to mess those up. So equip this one. Da, 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 da. There you go. Damn fine work as always, lass. She's got good heft, this one. The kind you just don't get with bronze. You tire quicker, of course, but that's a failing of the arm, not the tool. And even after you worked up a sweat, I reckon her cotton-wrapped grip would keep her firmly in your hand where she belongs. It's common for smithies to make their own tools, you know. There's no better way of getting just what you want, assuming you're half decent. I, for one, always made my own. I'm starting to wish I'd asked you for 2 of these so I could keep one for myself. You really should let me buy you a drink sometime, lass. You've done a lot for me, and I don't want you to think I'm ungrateful. In fact, I'm wondering if we ought to put your skill on display more prominently. Really show our potential customers what the guild has to offer. No need to fret about that for the time being. Just keep hammering away, alright? Take her from me, lass. You'll do your best work when your only concerns are the hammer in your hand and the vision in your head. Alright, well, I think we're done with crafting for a little bit. Let's decide which class we're going to try next. Our little Arcanist still isn't very far along. We need to level her up more. But I think... we'll try the Marauder. Some of the people in this game are distracting. An axe worth wielding needs 2 hands on the haft, and a blade has what can chop clean through a galley's mast. And has a blade. Okay. Here's a bit of history. It all started with ships. What if ships got to do with axes? Well, building them would be pretty bloody difficult without a sturdy tool to lop down trees for timber. And since only the navigator herself knows when a ship will run afoul of a storm or worse, it makes sense for a cruise carpenter to carry an axe on board. Any tool on a ship can become a weapon, and the axe is perfect for hooking yourself over the rail of an enemy vessel, letting loose in a whirl of steel, and generally laying waste to all about you. As more seafarers took up the axe as their weapon of choice, so did the bloody art of the Marauder begin to take shape. With an eye to assembling crews of battle-ready raiders, the pirates started teaching the proper way to wield a chopping blade to their new recruits, and that's how the Marauders Guild came to be. After the Galadian Accord was signed, the Marauders Guild was never the same. It was taken over, restructured, purged of its pirate elements. It had been reborn as an institution dedicated to naught but the teaching of axe fighting. The members of this new Marauders Guild weren't no greed-driven cutthroats. They were warriors what sought to use their martial prowess for the good of society. Still keen, are you? Think it over. Alright, go speak to the Guildmaster. I am Windzone. Axemaster, they call me. Not the most imaginative titles, I agree, but one should not underestimate the value of directness. I welcome your interest in our guild. The art of the Marauder is used to rend, to cleave, to destroy. It is not our way to simply outfight our adversaries. We seek to overwhelm them. Marauder must be the most powerful and enduring presence on the battlefield. We must account for the most enemies defeated. Our role in combat is that of a steel whirlwind, dealing death and destruction without equal. The question has already been put to you by Blauthota, but once more I shall challenge your commitment. Are you prepared for the bloody carnage that awaits an initiate of the Marauders Guild? Very well. Your name? Attend me well then, yea. Hold fast to this moment of dedication. The path of the Marauder is a jagged and perilous one. The blood that spills at your feet will oftentimes be your own. I'll give you an axe as a symbol of your commitment. Ooh, we're out of space. hold on a moment before we continue any further. So first of all, some of our items have spirit bonds. We need to extract them. Okay. Let's sort our inventory. And we need to spend some time looking through our armory chest and just clearing out the stuff we don't need. So sort. Because some of these items that we've had like 4 or 5 different gladiator armors, gladiator sets. So our gladiator is level 15, right? So that's the one we're actually using. And this one can go away. So return this to inventory. Similarly, this is what our pugilist is using, so we can throw these back. Our thaumaturge is using... Actually, our thaumaturge is using a staff. It could be using this, so we're going to leave it. It will never need to use this again. So let's throw that one out. Yeah, it's been using this scepter. Maybe that's why our thaumaturge has been having so much trouble, because it's been using a two-handed staff instead of a one-handed weapon. I hadn't even thought about that. So this is our best staff. Return that. Return this. Arcanist Grimoire, we have a level 5 one. We don't need the level 1 one anymore. We have lots of blacksmith tools that we just made. So this one can go away. And at level 14, this is level 18. Okay, so we don't need anything below level 18. I don't remember how far we got our alchemist up, but I'm sure we got it past level 1. Okay, so sort this. That's fine. Now, let's check our inventory real quick. Make sure that none of these were spirit bonded. Some of these were partial. Nope. Alright, is there a shop around here? Well, we can find a shop in a moment. You cut a striking figure. Heroic posing is unlikely to cut a swath through your enemies. You stand now as a student of the axe. Let us waste no time in testing the edge of your chosen weapon. Go and kill some pests that plague the outskirts of Limbs of the Minza. I just need to find a shop to sell all this junk. There we go. Alright. Okay, what are we doing? We're going back up. We're going outside to kill some pests. I didn't even look at our abilities. Heavy swing. Let me just take a look at it real quick. Heavy swing delivers an attack with a potency of 150. And we're going to get maimed in a moment, which combos with heavy swing. Simple enough. Poor little lost lambs. We need to get to level 5 so we can continue. There's bound to be something around here that we need to hunt for. Or we could go do some quests. I like that. Let's go to the Chocobo Keep and do that quest there. Or this thing right in front of us. Tiny mandragoras! There we go. Let's back out a little bit. Don't want to get attacked by too many at once. We got a new action, but I don't know what it is, so I'm not going to use it yet. Who knows, it might kill me. Do great damage for 3 seconds and then die. I can believe it. And there have been people that are just really good at timing it. Every time you complete a raid encounter, suddenly half of your raid just drops dead 5 seconds after the boss dies. Alright, what is that? Grants 3 stacks of Berserk, each stack guaranteeing weapon skill attacks are critical and direct hits. So it's just a DPS buff. Oh, I could probably equip some better gear. There we go. That looks cool. It's either an Arcanist or the class that Arcanist can turn into. I'm liking that. I mean, it looks cool. Hello. Summerford Farms bears the charge of the Admiral's Settlement Initiative. We're rewarded handsomely to brave new frontiers. If we fail to fulfill our part of the bargain, the grant will be withdrawn. We need only clear away the rocks and debris for the area to be deemed settled. If you're willing to help, find a shovel outside that hut on the hillside. So this is a walk around and click on things mission. Did I miss one? Yeah. Expanding borders is all well and good. The Admiral ought to know. Rugged frontiers can't be settled by layabouts. And that's it. That's all the quests that are here. Probably, if we'd started in Limbs of the Minza, there'd be like a whole bunch of MSQ quests in this area. But because we didn't, it's a bit sparse. But that's okay. You return to me a different woman. Already your face shows a harder cast, a realization of the slaughter of which you are capable. There's much training to be done before you will wield the axe to its fullest potential. You approach me with a marauder's strides. Determined, unswerving, bereft of hesitation. I'm pleased. Time has come for you to begin a new stage in your training. But what sets the axe aside from the gladius or the dagger? It is the raw, unstoppable destruction wrought by its thick, heavy blade. You know, I think that's wrong. I thought the whole idea was that an axe is lighter than a sword. So it's actually more... It's actually... because most of it's wood. Instead of, all being metal. Anyway. That overwhelming probably not a big one like I'm holding. That overwhelming power can only be properly directed by extraordinary physical strength. Thus we come to the core of this day's lesson. Strength as a marauder must possess, is developed through a traditional method passed down through generations of the guild. Present yourself to Braunbar in the practice area downstairs. Okay. Where's the stairs? Hello? We axe wielders build strength and control by splitting boulders. Our traditional method involves smashing a rock with your axe. You can't just use any old swing, you need to hit the rock just so. Go outside the Zephyr Gate, and she'll tell you how it's done. I'm guessing this is the whole introduction to combos. Where am I going? Right here. Hello. Ready to split some stone, are you? I've got 3 nice hard rocks for you to build up a sweat. You need to hit him with a good, solid, heavy swing. That's the way to do it. Why don't you have Adam a little harder with that heavy swing? Hold nothing back. Ooh, I need that. Bees! I don't see any more bees, but we'll bump into more, I'm sure. Yeah, there's one. Sea Song Grotto. I need these guys too. Come on, up you go. All right. It probably is not doing my axe very good to smash it against rocks. That's it. They never wanted me to do. They didn't want me to do my combo ever. Interesting. Maybe he'll want me to do it when I'm back in there. Here we go. An urgent request for help from the Red Rooster's stead. A group of megalocrabs has unwittingly elected itself the next test of my prowess. You'll be accompanied by a veteran conjurer named Solquib. She awaits you on the floor below. Hello. Ah, yeah, I know who you are. My brother often has me escort his fledgling marauders on their more dangerous tests. I suppose Wyrn Zone expects me to give you the details then? The farmers need us to clear out a megalocrab nest near the Mourning Widow in Lower Lanoskia. These are some nice shoes. I like them. So it's lower than Oskia. Do I need frogs? No. I need Aurelias, though. Roll action Rampart. Oh, is Marauder a tank? I had no idea. Can I just see that somewhere? Yeah, Marauder's a tanking class. With a two-hander? Interesting. Okay. Let me move that. Here's the megalocrabs. Looks as if nobody's home. Maybe they knew we were coming. Aid! I need aid! Please, it's my grandson. The snippers have got him. I told Sigurd not to get too close. I told him. Wish I had an AoE. She is tanking for some reason. I feel like I've done more damage, but whatever. Ah. Go for the small ones, please. They die fast. Terrible tank, making the healer soak all the damage. There we go. Simple enough. I can't even play outside no more. What with these scary monsters about? My mom and my dad, they were both killed by some nasty bugger not so long ago. An Aurochs. Big as a mountain. But I bet you could beat it. Make it pay for what I did to my folks. You take it easy now, son. There's a whole guild full of strapping lads and lasses like ye who'll be glad to do just that. All you need to do is head home with your grandpa. Let us worry about the big nasty bugger. Consider your first duty a success. Our character is so cute. Look at her. It's time you headed back as well. We could do those quests up there. We're not going to hit level 10 yet, so yeah, let's go do some quests until we're level 10. Or find some hunts or something of that sort. Wild dodos! Don't want me to go to Mist. Sure, we can go ahead and do that. It's just going to be the same people that are annoyed because the adventurers get their own home. A lifetime of meticulous research into advancement of agricultural arts has taught me anything, but the fruits of knowledge are incapable of preserving themselves. The splendid ogre pumpkin crop I was able to cultivate, years of hypothesizing and testing at last made tangible, snatched away by subterranean sorners. I've already engineered the pumpkins to resist fire, drought, frost, weeds, insects, and festive rituals. I just need someone to kill the moles. They call me the Stead Shepherd, but all 3 kinds of livestock we breed here fall under my crook. Nevertheless, sheep remain my first love, my one true passion. You can imagine my dismay at finding my flock in frumpy fleece. I can't very well take worn-out wool to market. Where there's wool, there's a way. See what Chartain has to say. Only adventurers, because we're in desperate need of new blood. Yes, yes. I'm not going to worry about housing until we hit max level, but at some point I probably would like to get a house, you know. Maybe just a little small one. With scantily clad cat girls on the beach outside? Maybe? The Minzians are barred from participating in the auctions. Or the Minzians, not the Minzians. Sorry, dude. Lambs whose fleece was white as snow, but everywhere the little lambs went, lice were sure to go. Now we're stuck with lousy sheeps. In the time it takes me to brush one clean, the lice spread to 2 more. Brush 3 shaggy sheep. I suddenly get itchy. It's like a somatic. Here, let's do this one too. To crush your enemies. You know, I like this approach where the quest mobs are actually spawned by interacting, rather than you having to go out and just kill some random dudes, because then places end up really farmed. You know what I mean? Like in Warcraft, where you have to all stand around an NPC waiting for it to respawn over and over again. It's not as bad these days, but the system itself is not very good, and this is better. We could do leaves to get our level up. That was easy. She had a follow-up I saw. You must caress their coats ever so gently. Listen to their soft bleating in your ear. Feel the warmth of their breath on your neck. Mogrim had a little lamb. Much ado about dodos. They may call it the red rooster stead, but make no mistake, dodos are the birds that keep this stead steady. Those sweet and tender eggs, that succulent meat. So long as you remove a dodoling's poison glands, you're in for some scrumptious and healthy poultry. They're so delicious! I have to remind myself some birds just aren't meant to be caged, or perhaps I don't. See if we can't return those exquisite creatures to their pen. The concoction I'm currently formulating could change horticulture as we know it. Imagine a fluid one could strew over crops to ward off pests. All I need are some ladybugs and someone to squash them. Are your crops Roundup ready? I think that's all we need to know. Dim-witted dodos pecked through fencing and flew the coop. Oh, I just killed some dodos. Hopefully that wasn't them. 3 bolting dodos. This axe chunks hard. I mean, you do really big hits. And having that guaranteed crit for a couple hits, it gives you some nice burst, I gotta say. There's one of those whale mounts. Isn't that cool? I want a whale mount. Aphids fear ladybugs. Applying the scent of ladybug blood to our crops wards off parasites. I'm not sure that's going to work, but that's okay. Not my problem. Alright, looks like we finished up our quests around here. We're not quite close enough to level 10 yet. Let's see if we can find some more hunt things. But I wonder if any of the monsters around here are also good hunts for our Arcanist. Just in these fields around here. She's only level 7. There we go. We need these buzzards. I'm below the recommended level. But they're the same level as me. That was bad timing on that. Hello, random person. Where was that cave? It wasn't even on this map. No, it was on the other map. Never mind. So we got this ability. What do we get? It's Addle. Let's put that there. What does Radiant Aegis do? It's a heal, right? Let me look at it. Radiant Aegis. Creates a barrier. Ah, I see. Any cave bats? Are you gonna send me to hunt cave bats? We struck brimstone while shoveling through the mines, and now the rocks are ripe with reek of rotten eggs. Use this clear earth crystal to restore the earth. Alright, let's deal with this. Oh. It takes a while to ramp up, you know. You have to wait like 15 seconds from casting that spell before you can do your carbuncle, and then it's it takes a while to actually get over to it before hitting. It's cool though, I like it. It's a nifty combat style. Before we leave, let's see if our other character needs these. Wrong thing. Nope, you don't need the bats. Or the dodos. Or the wind sprites. Or the Galago. You don't need any of this stuff. Okay. Oops. Wrong one. Kobolds. Do I need any kobold stuff? Doesn't seem so. But maybe my Arcanist does? Nope. These are useless. Let's go to Eastern and get the crystal if we can. We have level 32 enemies. Yeah, that's too high for us. And the crystal is way up there. Let's just go home. Oh wait, no, this is where we just were. I guess we never went south. Okay, let's actually look at our hunt and see what we need. Middle Lenoskia Summerford. Grounded Pilots in Summerford. A Lightning Sprite in the God's Grip in Lower. So just lightning sprites in the God's Grip. So let's go that way. Da, 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 da. I just want to knock out all the level 1 to 10 hunts early, so that we can, we're going to be going to higher level areas. We can always just flip around and see if it's something we need. Dozrael. If you ain't in a hurry to be in some place, whether you hold off for a bell or two, the bridge is such a right confusion of wagons and such. We expect a bit of congestion, with this being the only bridge connecting the roads from Dry Docks to Limbs of the Minza. Today's traffic is something awful. What in the seven hells does Wurstmega think he's playing at, deserting his post at a time like this? Track him down. was only a matter of time before they sent someone after me, I suppose. I heard the bridge is a mess. Truth be told, I wish the damn thing would collapse and save me the suffering. I can't simply wave my hands and have everything suddenly sort itself out. And if I try reasoning with those demon-spawned coachmen, I'm likely to get my head bit off. Soothe their tempers somewhat. Gotcha. It's an emote quest. Soothe. Perhaps you do have a point. I'll be damned, you actually managed to calm them down. I can't turn this in. Need to be level 10. We'll be level 10 in just a moment. We just need to find some lightning sprites. That looks like a lightning sprite. There we go. Ether flow gauge unlocked. Using the action Energy Drain fills the ether flow gauge. So they're adding more complications to this, wow. Which is required to perform certain actions. Trance Gauge. The Trance Gauge indicates the time remaining for the effects of the ether charge. Yeah, I know about that. Executing this action gives you Ruby Arcanum, which, yeah, I'm doing that. Ether Charge also grants Topaz or Arc Emerald, but we're not that high level yet. It just says is required to perform certain actions. Why is it telling me about the Trance Gauge here? So we just gained Fester. Deals unaspected damage with a potency of 300 and costs an ether flow. So how does that compare to Ruin? 240. And an ether charged Ruin would be 290. So it's No reason to use Fester when you have Ether Charge up. Except its recast is only 1 second. Oh, I get it. I gotcha. So Ruin is a 1.5 second cast with a 2.5 second recast. So you can go Ruin Fester, I guess, if you have Ether Flow. So Energy Drain is a 60-second cooldown ability that deals unaspected damage with a potency of 200. And gives me Ether Flow 2. Whatever that means. I'm assuming it just, you know, gets you 2 charges. God, so let me think. Go away. I don't want to deal with this. Guys, this is not the time. What is that ability there? That's Fester. Okay. So I want to put Fester here. That means Gem Shine's down that way. I'm thinking, let's move Radiant Aegis here. No, that was wrong. Move it here. And move this back to where it was. And summon Ruby. I'm going to put here. Energy Drain can then go there. I still have Physic on this side. Maybe I should put this there. No, I don't like that. Let's put Physic here. I don't know, I don't really like these bars. Like, it depends on how many more abilities we're gonna get. And I'm feeling we're gonna get a lot. So this is gonna be a problem. Yeah, because we have like a Summon Emerald and a Summon Topaz to put somewhere also. We have Precious Brilliance eventually, which is the okay. That's gonna fit where we have Adel right now, on the left side. A Outburst is Ruin, but okay, so that would be left trigger, Y or X. Summon Emerald could be left down. That would mean we wouldn't have any place for Adel. Or Sleep. Resurrection is another one we'll have to figure out what to do with. I think we might need to have like a dedicated... No, but that's not going to work. You can't have a dedicated separate bar while healing because you need to be able to continue DPSing while healing. Okay, I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have a CC bar. So let's get Adel, and I'm going to put it here. That's the pet bar. Okay. Just a moment, let me see. I know I can get another bar. I just need to let it have me do it. Those are the wrong bars. Automatically replace cross hotbar 1 with pep bar. Okay, yeah. Here we go. So cross hotbar. Enable expanded controls by holding both. Yeah, there we go. So now I can press both left trigger and right trigger and get access to another bar. And right now it's full of junk. And I can't edit it. How do I get to that bar? It's 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8. There we go. And it's the left trigger one. Okay. So sorry, I'm having some trouble just, you know. Getting my interface to work. Alright, and this is where I want to put Sleep and Addle. So put this on the bar right there, and Sleep put on the bar right there. Oh, did I? Oh, okay, so it's left, right is getting this. Right, left would be getting something else. Left, right. I can remember that. So now I can get rid of this one. And I want to put my Radiant Aegis there. And I can get rid of Sleep, and eventually that'll be where we put Ruin, or the other thing. Anyway, we'll figure it out in time. Sorry for all the delay. I'm just, you know, we'll have to do this on every single class, I guess. Maybe it's more complicated with this class because she's a pet class, and she has both damage and heal spells. Let's switch. So we can switch back to our Marauder and see what you need in this area. So I have Addle and Sleep still on there. We'll have to figure out a way to make that not be. We need to make hotbar 8 not share. There you go. But I probably don't want to do it on this character. I want to do it on my other character. And, well, on my other class, and then I'll switch back. Later. We'll do it later. So what do you need? Wounded Aurochs in Middle and Summerford. Summerford. Somewhere else in Middle. So nothing here. That's a shame. There's some quests nearby that we can do. But they probably won't let me do them. They'll say you have to be level 10 to turn them in. We'll get the crystal at least. Leaves of Morabi. You must be level 20. Level 12. Level 13. Yeah, we're too low level for this place. We need to go back to Summerford. We need to turn in that quest also. So let's just run back. Or we can take a chocobo back. Wait a minute. Limbs of the Mints is cheaper. We're just going to the bridge, so it's either one. Alright, so we needed to go to Summerford. We've done all the quests around here. We just need to do some hunts. There's like this northern area that I didn't even look at. There's some people. Level 10 people. I don't think I need any of them. No, I do. Okay. Excuse me. Captain Pieter Pigeon Toe.
Have to wait for respawn. That's actually a long cooldown. I should put that somewhere else. It is. It can be cast in between ruins. That's nifty. Ooh, look at that. Big, long... No, that's two. Never mind. No, it is. It's one big dragon. It's just got reconciled limbs. Nifty looking mount. I like it. Wounded Aurochs. I don't need them. You do. But like, look at the difference in the complexity of these two classes. This person literally has, well, I guess we just got three more buttons. But we have 6 buttons to press. And most of them, and 2 of them are, at least, are long cooldowns. As opposed to, on my Arcanist, I'm regularly hopping between 1, 2, buff, 6 abilities? Like, as part of my normal routine? My normal rotation? Alright, let's see what this is. Beast Gauge. This symbol indicates the defensive stance Defiance is in effect. Okay. So, it's just a buff. And we have Overpower? What is that? Ah, that's our AoE. I wanted to check out that Seasong Grotto. I think maybe our Arcanist needs it. Yep. So, normal combat rotation. Ruin. Ether Charge. Ruin. Ruin. Drain Soul, or whatever. Ruin. Red Chocobo, or not Chocobo, Carbuncle. Then Ruby Ruin. Regular Ruin, and then Fester. I do think I'm going to move that. I'm going to move Energy Drain up. I think. I don't know. We'll do it. We'll try it for now. Because it's such a long cooldown. I need another spammy ability. Which might be Physic. But I don't know. We'll see. Alright. What am I doing now? I'm still looking for the rest of my logs. Oh no, I did on my level 1s. Okay, perfect. What about on my Marauder? You still have a couple left. 3 more enemies. What do you need? Megala Crabs in Middle Lenoskia at 3 Mom Bend. Which is up there. Are you mining? No, you're fishing, of course. Sitting in the sitting in the middle of a river. What would they be doing? Da 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 dee da 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 dee da. We still have another class to level after this, Rogue. But I might just proceed with the main quest for a bit. Can I jump? No. Invisible walls, I swear. I'm not even going to be able to cross, am I? Where's the way? Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm blind. Ignore me. So we need to find some crabs. There we are. Difficulty rank unlocked. Oh, hunting log rank. Okay. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Ignore me. Anything nearby? No. Let's go home.
In terms of crafting, we still have fishing, a culinarian, armorsmith to do here, I believe. But again, I might not do them all right now. I might say we'll come back later. Though no longer a threat to farmers, you should know it is unusual for crabs to be found so near the stead. The beast of which I speak is a known terror, ever seeking to expand its territory. Do thoughts of vengeance flit through thy mind? Nurture those urges, do not yet act upon them. I bet we could kill a beast. The beast that young Sigurd bade you slay, the tales name this creature Kujata. Those who have witnessed Kujata in the terrifying flesh call him the Stampeding Mountain. I will not seek to dissuade you from claiming vengeance. In fact, I encourage it. To topple this colossus, you must first become his equal in strength. Go to the Blind Iron Mines. So there are local galagos killing people. Let's get both quests, just because they're probably going to take me to the same place. The time for your next lesson is upon us. You should be ready to face more dangerous threats found in western Lanoskia. Roselings and wild jackals. Vanquish 3 of each. Your strategy will consist of more than simply flinging ruin over and over again. You're not the novice you once were. Like, my carbuncle only attacks once every 60 seconds. It's not like that big of a deal. Are they at least sending me to the same place? There's the Galagos. You're wanting me to go to Western Lanoskia. Way up there. Well, let's start out here and we'll run to it, I guess. I should probably just pick a class and level it and start unlocking things like mounts, that kind of thing. It'd be nice to have a mount right now. In fact, I think I will just stick with, I don't know, maybe I'll grab, maybe I'll just stick with Arcanist for a bit. It's kind of fun. Hey, I need to kill one of those. A mossless ubu. Let's try it. Not so bad if you have your cooldowns up. You sense the presence of a powerful mark. What does that mean? Like, I don't think it's referring to this, is it? I don't know. But this is not our stuff. We need to go somewhere else. Ah, I need one of those though, right? Or are you not mossless? There you are, yes. And you're on level, so this will be easy. There's 5 of them over there? Oh, maybe that's what it means, a powerful mark. These are a bunch of people. What's going on? Oh. Oh! Well, why not? It just got torn apart. Allegan tombstones. Allegan tombstones are relics of a lost civilization. Rowena and her associates are representatives of one such collector and are in Mordana. Allied seals are a type of common currency minted by the 3 grand companies. Their common distributors are worked for tracking down and slaying marks. Got it. Mark bills once a day, and elite marks once a week, are at hunt boards. This feels like it's endgame activities. Probably endgame of the base game. Well, cool. I'm glad we were here to, you know, get some. So we were just here, but that's okay. We have to go through it again. That's interesting. I mean, there was a bunch of level 90 people there, and apparently they still are doing the endgame level 50 stuff. Maybe those tombstones are, you know, just universally good. I'm not going to complain. I think it's nifty. That's not the right... Okay. I guess we can kill them here, too. Forgot to activate that. My bad. Let's just get that crystal real quick. And that's a pretty looking mount. Oh, glowy. This feels like something that's going to have a follow-up to it. I don't think we're done with this quest. Your next training exercise, accompany Forseer Kalaya on one of her inspections. Dum, bum, bum, bum. Examine the wares of a goblin peddler caravan. Concentrate attacks on a single foe, and the enemy will wither on your combined onslaught. Sounds good? They're in middle Lenoskia, at Footpot. There's much work yet to be done. Kujata, the object of your vengeance, has trampled a farmer's wagon. Put down scavengers and preserve the cargo. Okay. You didn't tell me where it was. There it is. Okay. That's where both of them are that were next to each other. Perfect! Economies of scale and all that. Go away. There you go. Here we are, the overturned cart. Or wain, whatever a wain is. Looks like a cart to me. Alright. Report back. They're still not sending me after that, dude? That's fine. I want vengeance, though, you know? Yeah, we gotta have one of these as part of our level 15, or level 10 quest for Marauder. An instant still fight. You are to cease all transactions and surrender your goods for inspection. Nasty sneaky peekers. Gobbies spit uplander nosy eyes on the stabby iron. Where are you going? Okay. Perfect example of how strategy for a given task should be tailored to the abilities of the assessor. Before you begin formulating tactics, understand your own strengths and weaknesses. When it comes to improving the probable success of a strategy, is it more effective to concentrate on playing to your strengths or shoring up weaknesses? Definitely enhancing strengths. Return to the subject of battle plans. Your calculations must include an accurate assessment of your available techniques and their relative effectiveness. So you're done. Our Marauder is not done now. Can we travel yet? No, not for 6 minutes. We'll just warp then. And we have a new action. What did we just learn? Resurrect? Yeah, I don't even know where to put that one. That will go in our special bargain. We need more training. Okay. I guess we are done. Huh. Surprised. Well, I'm going to stay as an Arcanist, and let's go do the next set of our MSQ. Where is it? Near the Aetherite Plaza. The secret garden, not safe for work. Open now. I'm a little curious. Here you go. A letter to the Emerald. Admiral. Yes, everything is in order. My apologies.
Enter. So the silver-tongued merchants send an adventurer to speak for them. It appears the Uldans place great faith in you. This way. I bid you welcome. I am Melvib Blufisvin, Admiral of Limso Lominsa, and Commander of the Maelstrom.
Can you say that again? Melvib Blufisvin. Blufisvin. So the W is pronounced like a double V? Okay. Melvib Blufisvin.
Now, what news from Thanalan?
A memorial service to honor the fallen. Seven hells. Has it been 5 years? 5 years since the Garlean Empire sought to wrest Eorzea from our grasp. It was an answer to the imperial threat that the city-states formed the Grand Companies and forged the Eorzean alliance anew. But Garl Meld was not content to wager all on a simple contest of martial might. They had other plans. The Meteor Project. Legatus Neilfondarnis, Hell's Taken, intended to cleanse our realm by snatching the lesser moon, Dalabud, from the heavens and casting it down upon our heads. Desperate to prevent this lunatic scheme, we marched our forces to the Cartano Flats, and there met the 7th Imperial Legion in battle. Never have I seen a fight like the Battle of Cartano, and I have seen full many. But though we gave no quarter, spared not one ounce of effort, we could not prevent what followed. From inside the shell of Dalamud came a winged nightmare, a dragon the size of a city. 'Twas the elder primal Bahamut, bent on making an eighth hell of Eorzea. In the space of a breath, the legions of the Empire were set aflame, while our own armies fared little better. 'Twas as if the whole world was burning. Words cannot well describe the scene. And yet, by some miracle, a few among us were spared. Even as I steeled myself for death, a blinding white light enveloped me, robbing me of my senses. When I regained them, the dragon was gone, and the still smoldering land was warped beyond all knowing. Were Archon Louisoix still with us, he would doubtless shed some light on these unfathomable happenings. Alas, he is not, and I fear we will want for his wisdom in the days to come. For while our nations struggle to recover from the devastation, the beastmen call forth their damned primals to torment us anew. Unless we put aside our differences and rebuild now, our foes will catch us unprepared. I speak not only of the beastmen. Do not imagine the Empire has forsaken its claim on Eorzea. The Imperials crowd our borders, waiting to strike. Damn it all, we need champions to replace those we lost. But such thoughts are worse than worthless. Time is short, and none will save us save ourselves. It is the duty of every soul who survived the calamity to work together for the good of Eorzea, and this memorial service may be the very thing to unite us. Ravan has the right of it. I accept his proposal. Your duty is done here, adventurer. I'll see to it that the Flame General receives my reply. You travel to Gridania next, yes? Pray give my regards to the Elder Seedseer, and tell her the wolf has been sniffing around the stables. A private jest, and one in poor taste, but I would have you tell it all the same. Very well, Ye. May the Navigator guide you on your journey. Okay. So we're going right back on to the next city. We're not quite done here. I mean, there's still things to do. We need to become a rogue. We need to become a fisherman. But let's progress. Let's progress. We'll come back and do these other things. Actually, just a moment. Be right back. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and proceed. Well, that was much less fuss than when we came to Limbs on the Minza. We got like a couple cutscenes then. Serpent Honor Guard. Make your way into the city proper and identify yourself to the Conjurer at Nafika's altar. And we have a whole bunch of quests around here. But, like I said, I'll come back and do them. I definitely want to. I want to get the other classes. But we can wait. I feel like we should progress the story a bit. At least to the point where I get a mount. Although, I've needed a lot of wood. Like, maybe I should be a carpenter. But not yet. It's not gonna let me in on this character, isn't it? I'll have to switch to something higher. Need to be level 14. All classes need to be 14. Well, that's quite a thing. Maybe that means no, I can be any class. Probably is what they mean. Maybe we'll just push up Thaumaturge for a bit. Well, why don't you wear a hat? Do I not have any hats with actual abilities? No, I can wear it. Oh, I can't wear it with this hood, perhaps. Cannot equip gear to head because of this cowl. Makes sense. There you go.
So you are the Ul'dan envoy. On behalf of our fair nation, I bid you welcome. Please. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Khan-e Senna, Elder Seedseer of Gridania, and leader of the Order of the Twin Adder, our nation's grand company. I understand you bear a message from the Flame General.
She sounds so wooden. A remembrance service for the fallen of Cartano. Tell me, adventurer, what do you know of our conflict with the Empire? It would seem my counterparts recounted the tale in some detail. That is well. A message from the Admiral? A wolf has been sniffing around her stables, you say? Well, I shall be pleased to provide her with such counsel as I am able. But first, friend of my friend, I would tell you more of the Garlean threat. For the greater part of its history, Garlemald was not even among the most influential nations in Ilsabard, the northern continent. Its innovations in the field of magitech some 50 years past helped to raise it from the depths of obscurity. Emboldened by this technology, it set about subjugating its neighbors, swiftly absorbing each into its ever-expanding territory. When all of Ilsabard lay within its grasp, it turned its ravenous gaze upon Eorza. Yet Gardameld's transformation did not come about by virtue of Magitech alone. Its success owed much to the consummate leadership of its first and reigning emperor, Solus Zos Galvus, the man who built an empire in his own lifetime. Yet he has lived long, and after more than 80 winters, it is said he grows frail and ever more prone to illness. If rumors are to be believed, the matter of secession has destabilized the imperial court. This would explain the Empire's relative inactivity in recent years, which has given us time to rebuild. We cannot allow ourselves to become complacent, for Garlemald still maintains the presence in Eorza in the form of the 9th Imperial Legion, or the 14th Imperial Legion. Commanding this great host is Legatus Gaius von Belsaer, a man whose ambitions are well known to us. So long as he breathes the Eorzan air, none of us may sleep easy. The calamity wreaked such havoc upon our realm that it has been all we could do to nurse our wounds, never mind rebuild our defenses. We have not the strength to repel the Empire. To add to our woes, the beast tribes continue to summon their primals, whose very existence is a bane upon the land. Each nation is beset with its own primal problem. None has the resources to look beyond its own borders. The Admiral desires my counsel regarding a brazen wolf. She means to tell me that the Empire may soon resume its advance. Though the primals pose an undeniable threat to our survival, the threat posed by the Garleans is greater still. Clearly, each nation can no longer afford to think only of that which occurs within its own borders. A storm gathers upon the horizon. If we're to weather it, we must needs stand united once more. A remembrance service may rekindle the spirit of unity which brought the peoples of Eorza together when last the Empire threatened our liberty. The Flame General was wise to make his proposal, and I approve. The necessary provision shall be made for a service here in Gridania. Your work here is done, my friend. I'll send my reply to the Flame General forthwith. May the 12 see you safely home. Wind-up airship. You may now make use of airship route connecting the 3 nations. And minions. You've obtained a whistle, which you can summon your very own minion. Just a non-combat pet. The Serpent Officer has information. I pray your meeting with the Elder Seedseer went well. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but did you not also deliver a message to Admiral Marauder Blofwisvin of Limsa? While you were there, did you happen to meet Badaron, the proprietor of the Drowning Wench? Gregarious gentleman, always happy to help his fellow man. He has a task for a capable adventurer. Okay. So we're going right back to Limsa. I mean, I'm really tempted. No. We're gonna progress the story. I really want to get the other classes, but I'm gonna progress the story a little bit. I want to mount. It'll make everything easier. So I'm going to the upper decks. Just to the north of the aft castle. I don't know this area quite as well as Wada, but I'm getting used to it. Welcome to the Drowning Wench. I've got a job for a capable adventurer. This ain't no job for the faint of heart. Things are liable to get downright bleeding hairy. But if you think you're still interested, let me know. I thank you for taking the time to help me out. I'm sure you're busy, so I'll come straight to the point. Word has it, some suspicious-looking buggers have been sneaking in and out of the Sastasha Seagrat. I need a trustworthy sort to head up north of Aleport and find out who they are and what they're up to. Don't sound like much, I know. But it weren't so long ago as the Fishback's pet pirates paid us an unwelcome visit. If it ain't the Chief Yellowjacket himself, to what do I owe this rare honor, Commodore Raynor? I was informed you requested an adventurer to assist in my investigation, and I came to offer what information I could sift. There have been several sightings of an unfamiliar vessel off the coast of Aleport. This information came to my attention no more than a few weeks after a squad of my own soldiers had completed a routine patrol. Their search revealed little, save that a family of Coeros had taken up residence in the cave. In light of recent developments, it would seem wise to search Sastasha again. But with the Sahagin testing our defenses daily, I am loath to assign the task to a limited forces at my disposal. So you got an adventurer. Sastasha is located in western Lanoskia. Oh, suddenly we got a ton of stuff. What's this? Rising to the challenge. We all know how it feels to have had one too many. That's why I'll not fault our patrons for much of what goes on at our tables. Is it too much to ask that they keep their belongings on their person when they leave? Take this impressive-looking journal right here. As oft used as it seems to be, I have no doubt its owner is tearing up the town searching for his possession. A stranger he was, a swarthy Regadin who enjoyed his drink. Seemed to be getting on well with one of our regulars, Quentinane. Perhaps you could still catch up with him and spare me the headache. Beauty is only scalp deep. Rumors of a dangerous madman. You're either a brave woman or a fool, friend, to be wandering the streets of Limsa today, what with the slasher at Fisherman's Bottom on the loose. You've not heard? There's a madman about. Instead, he brandishes blades so long and sharp they could gut a whale. No one's seen any blood yet, but that hasn't stopped the rumors from letting shivers up spines. That you're still standing before me tells me you don't scare as easily as the rest. Perhaps you could assist with the investigation. Look into that scream I just heard outside. We're interweaving these two quests, but that's okay. Have I seen who? Just because I spend more nights at the wench than in my own home doesn't mean I'm mates with every sod who comes stumbling through the doors. Wait a minute. That book! Why didn't you say so sooner? The tight-arsed bastard drained 20 flagons and passed out, leaving yours truly to foot the bill. Was heading for Aleport. Okay. Where am I going? Right in front of me. There we go. What are you waiting for? That's him, the slasher. Apprehend him, toss him in jail, throw away the key. Just do something. Woe is me. Whatever did I do to deserve this cruel fate? For 6 moons I saved every last gill of my husband's hard-earned wage, forgoing new shoes, a new purse, sometimes even food for our children, all in anticipation of this day. What's so special about today? This day marks the arrival of world-renowned aesthetician in Limsa. My endless patience and self-control were rewarded with a hair-raising transformation that would have every fashion-conscious Leminsen oohing and eyeing in admiration. Instead, I find myself accosted by this licorice lout. Speaking of which, weren't you going to do something about this? Go ahead, have your way with him. I doubt he has anything to say for himself. Doubt. Oh, the ignominy of it all. Of course you take her side. For shame, is there not one sympathetic ear in this entire nation? An artiste of my renown should be welcomed with open arms, and a 21-cannon salute. Instead, I'm branded a criminal, the tools of my trade, the extensions of my very soul, ripped unceremoniously from my person, like barnacles from the side of a frigate. I'll not last long in my weakened state. No, even as we speak, the world around me grows dim. With my dying breaths, I speak unto you 3 names, 3 kind souls who may yet put right what has gone so wrong. Forge Master Hananza, Guildmaster Beaton, and Severian at the Alchemist Guild. Seek them out and tell them Jandalain sent you. Okay. I'm not doing that now. That's like going to 3 different crafters in 3 different cities. So, we'll do that eventually. We can do the one nearby. Where am I on that map? Oh. Okay. For some reason I couldn't find myself, but now I'm right there. But we haven't done much with you. You're the armor master person. Jandalain sent you? Let me guess, the barmy fool's lost his tools. Pardon me, the appendages of his very soul again. The man brings it on himself. If he toned down the theatrics and went about his work with like an earnest craftsman, I dare say he'd save himself these misunderstandings. I have not a whit of sympathy for the fool. You, however, have my pity. Any road, this should shut him up for a while. If he loses these, I'll graft the next pair into his hands. Okay, they want me to go to the lower decks. No, the ferry docks. Dum ba dum. Ba da 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 da. Hello, you forgot your book. My journal! I thought I lost it forever. Pardon my rudeness, friend. Perhaps you should have stopped after 19 flagons. Did you steal a glance at its pages, perchance? No, a shame that. This book contains a record of my numerous adventures. Quite the inspiring read, if I do say myself, which I believe I just did. You have the air of an adventurer around you, if one still untested. Even the most accomplished adventurer, and I speak from personal experience, was once a whelp with more dreams than sense. Were there only some way to repay you, but, of course, I have a fresh journal right here that might as well have your name on it. Why not keep a record of your own that one day we might regale each other with stories of our deeds? And with that I shall be off for adventure, and a flagon or 20 of the realm's finest ales. You now have access to the challenge log, which serves as a record of your adventuring exploits. The challenge log contains a list of adventuring objectives across a wide range of categories. Completing any of these will earn you rewards. Completion status is reset on a weekly basis. Dailies! Or weeklies. Each unique challenge you complete counts towards overall completion, which yields additional rewards. I probably should have got this as quickly as I could have. Challenge log. The reset is in 2 days. Okay. Complete 3 guild tasks, complete 10 guild tasks. Complete fates. Complete leave quests. Craft items. Those are easy. And a whole bunch of these I don't have access to yet. Okay. Well, let's continue on. You're here about Commodore Rayner's investigation. Board a ferry bound for Elfport. Once you arrive in Western Lanoskia, pay a visit to the Hall of the Novice. The Adventurers Guild runs the hall, and the folk there will prepare you. What quest level? What level are these quests? 15. Let's leave that for one of our other classes. Yeah, more 15 stuff. So we'll leave these for something that we haven't leveled up yet. Alright, so the Hall of the Novice, just to the north. Right there? You must be the adventurer of whom the Yellow Jackets sent word. You're to brave the depths of the Sastasha Sea Grot. The occupants of those caves are rumored to be as numerous as they are bloodthirsty. No matter what the epic tales would have you believe, strolling into a den of savagery alone would be the height of foolishness. You shall need companions. And you shall need training we at the Hall of the Novice can provide. The smith here oversees the training schedule. Speak with him and you can register for exercises. Do we really have to? Like, I know how to DPS in an MMO. When you have mastered all we can teach, it's time to head north once more. Report to the Yellow Jacket Scout at the mouth of the Sastasha Sea Grot. While questing alone certainly brings its own rewards, you haven't truly adventured until you've delved into some darkened dungeon, stalwart comrades at your side. Ancient ruins, echoing chambers, all manners of deadly places lie hidden across the realm. How one fights in a party is often drastically different from how one fights alone. Thus do we construct the Hall of the Novice. We offer burgeoning heroes a bevy of training exercises. Step into the flames, my friend, and forge the skills you'll need for tomorrow. You now have access to the Hall of the Novice. Register for training exercises. Oh my. I mean, I guess? Sure. With this exercise, you'll be learning avoidance. An enemy tips his hand before a big attack, and your best defense is to skip out of the way. I'm stuck. Okay. I received a free company invite from the Targaryens. I think I might just go. Tell me you're here on Yellow Jacket duty and not some daft sod out for a stroll. I assume you already know about the ship seen slipping around the Isles of Umbra? We've been on the lookout for pirate activity ever since that vessel was sighted. When we received word that men of questionable quality had been seen passing in and out of Sastasha here, we weren't surprised. I haven't seen him yet, but if this lot belongs to those fish-backed fancying serpent reavers, you can imagine the panic it'll cause. The kidnappings are still fresh in people's minds. Your task is to poke around the caves and find out who we're dealing with. Duty calls, a dungeon beckons, enlist the aid of allied players and NPCs alike to slay monsters, solve mysteries, and defeat the mighty boss. Conquering dungeons is not only a time-honored tradition, it also progresses the main scenario. With a little guidance, you two shall be clearing dungeons with confidence in no time. You may challenge a dungeon via two methods, by calling upon the support of trusty NPCs, or by pooling your talents with other players. Other players? Ugh. No matter how independent and capable you may be, a dungeon is too mighty for one person. By choosing duty support when accessing the entrance of any applicable dungeon, you'll summon a balanced team of skilled NPCs to support you. After choosing a dungeon via NPCs via duty support, a party perfectly complements your current class or job will be created for you. All you have to do is say register for duty, and you'll be battling monsters in no time. A burden shared is a burden halved, and with a duty finder you can split that burden amongst a team of players. Once you've been matched with a party, you'll be notified by a bracing sound. Select commence, and you and your comrades will be delivered onto the fray. As your journey progresses, more and more dungeons will become available until you find yourself a master of a sea of tribulations overcome. Don't let completion deter you from challenging your favorite duties again. Simply open Duty Support to play through dungeons you've already cleared, or use Duty Finder to do the same, with dungeons not yet supported by the NPC party system. Gotcha. I understand what I must do. So how do I do it? Duty support. Sastasha, and we're going to be going in. I am a thaumaturge. I'm going in with a marauder, a conjurer, and another thaumaturge. That doesn't seem very balanced. Whatever. Maybe they're like saying, "Watch what they do." Clearing instance raids. Instance raids come with several rules: time limits, restrictions of changing classes. Exits will appear after defeating a boss. Once a boss has been engaged, players will be unable to enter or leave the immediate area. If you are KO'd during a raid, you may either have a party member raise you or return to the entrance. So, I guess they just follow me. How do I, like, make them go? I guess I'll just attack stuff. It's been a while since I actually played as this class. I don't remember what my abilities are. What's Scathe do again? I think I remember saying it was useless. Bloody memo. You find a bloodstained scrap of parchment with a message scrawled upon it. The captain likes his wine red. So what is the Arthometers doing? They're just casting single targets. Maybe there's only one enemy left. Yeah, they're single targeting things down. Maybe it's not worth it with those two mobs. Probably I should be multi-dotting, but I don't know how to switch targets that well. Like, let's kill him. Invulnerable. Wow, this tank is letting me die.
And I'm being a terrible black mage going out of Meld. These guys died too quickly. New boring. And these guys die before I can even get a cast. Oh. My NPC party is going a little crazy. There's a treasure chest. There you go.
So I get the whole idea. So I can press left or right, and it will target. It won't target them, but it'll let me like off cast onto them for one attack, and then it's respect the main target. How do I make my off cast my main target? If that made sense. I don't know. There's a line on the ground here. Boss fight? Red. The cattery will be sealed off in 15 seconds. There we go. Chest. Plundered earrings. So wait, let me see. So dot one. Turn dot the next one. Did it dot the other one? Or did it dot this one? I think it dot the other one. Yeah. So that's how you multi-dot. While still keeping on the same target. I can see the use of it, I need to know how to officially switch over. Let me look at my configuration. Okay. Switch target circle to target select. Maybe that's what I want. We'll try it. Hello. I think we probably should focus down one. Let's see, so dot one. Yeah, okay, now just pressing left and right just switches targets. That's easier to pick up.
You ran away? Okay.
So I can't switch targets while pressing the button. That's a little annoying. Hello? That's I should have chosen a different class, probably. One that was, not... Well, and I guess we're scaled on the level... Well, we're at level 18. For out of 15. That's fine. So we're not that off. Dead end, nothing here. Treasure chests. Got a bow. I'd like to try archer. It's a class I often enjoy the idea of. Hello. Just some random serving wench. You dropped a key. That's closed off. Okay. That's clearly the right way to go. Let's not go the right way. Got to go the wrong way first, always. There's a lot of them. And they're having a brawl? Acolyte's robe. Sounds like that might be something for me. I hate that skirt, but that's okay. It looks good from behind. It gaves open in the front. Oh, what's happening? Nothing, it just froze for a moment. Made me a little nervous. Key to the hole. It's a hat. No boss or anything here? Just some people? I shan't bite anymore? Just let me out? Oh my god. That's like kinda grim. Our Wave Rider gates the way forward, according to our duty information. So this must be where we get the key to that. I swear it's on what little remains of my virtue. Oh my. Defeat Den the Orca-Toothed is the next thing. This is the final boss, maybe? No. This is a captain again. Oh, I get it. Scathe is instant, so I can cast it while running around. I didn't understand the point of it before, but now I do. I get it. Yeah, that's nifty. That's cool. I might want to switch the place of that. I think I do. Let's switch this to there. So now I can just run around and just spam me like this. Mapping the realm Sastasha. It doesn't have the same benefits to the damage stacking or recovery stacking, but I see the purpose of it. Take the woman alive? Who am I targeting? Got someone behind you or something? Haven't got used to the button change yet. This is a lot of fighting, I gotta admit. I think I prefer just wandering around questing more. But I guess, you know, it's NPC companions and group content and all that. You solely are spawning ground, Shorewalker.
Bubbles begin forming on the water's surface. There? What do we do about that? We get away from it? We got ads. What if I stand on top of it? The evil presence has gone. Gotcha. Oh, that doesn't. I'm contributing. Oh, these guys don't have much health. They should just be AoE down. She looks so delighted. Nifty. Speak with Batteren at the Drowning Wench. So back to Limbs of Lemons. And we went up, I think, 1 level. Or 2 levels? We were at 19? Aye, such a task was on the books. Was, mind. I'm afraid the ship has already sailed, friend. Might you be the adventurer who accepted the job of investigating Sastasha? Sastasha. It would seem that ship has not only sailed, but now returns to harbor, none the worse for its voyage. A pity. We dragged our boots too long on this one. No matter. The wheel will turn and our chance will come. You're right, of course, but there shall be no rest till we have attained our goal, lofty though it may be. Our aim, lest you wonder, is to perform such feats of heroism as will earn us a place in the songs of every alehouse in Eorza. We mean to write a legend, which will inspire adventurers as yet unborn, to follow our shining example. Do you have such a goal? Large or small, it matters not. Only have a star to reach for, and you will retire.
purpose can sustain you through times of hardship. Keep your eye on the prize, and all obstacles will be overcome in time. You'd not think to stride into battle unclad, would you? Goals are as arms and armor for the spirit. I just waved at the monitor. I don't... Just pretend I didn't do that. Fishbacks. And there I was thinking you'd only have to crack a pirate skull or 3. 7 hells, you turn your back for 5 bloody minutes and the scaly bastards have set up shop in your bleeding doorstep. So it sounds like you left them in pieces, so I don't suppose they'll be carrying out whatever mischief they was planning. Unless they was planning on feeding themselves to the fauna of Sastasha. Any road all's well that ends well? On behalf of Limsa, I thank ye for shedding some light on this mystery. You've lived up to your reputation. I bet you're dying for a rest, but just in case you're not, would you be interested in taking on another job? We've had a request from our sister guild in Gridania. They need an adventurer who can get things done. Alright, I think I'm going to stop here for now. I've been playing quite a while. So thank you everybody for watching. Until next time.